Welcome back. Dozens have been killed as the Israeli bombardment of Gaza continued overnight, and at least 5 Palestinians were killed in Israeli raids in the occupied West Bank. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak landed in Tel Aviv today, expressing his solidarity with the Israeli people. Sunak's visit comes on the heels of U.S. President Joe Biden's visit, who urged the nation not to be consumed by their rage, likening Hamas's October 7th assault to the 9/11 attacks. More than 3,400 Palestinians have been killed in retaliatory IDF attacks since Hamas's unexpected attack of Israeli communities, which killed over 1,400 people earlier this month. Let's get more now from our correspondent Noor Harazin in Gaza. She is joining us on the phone. Noor, we appreciate you joining us this hour. How is Gaza dealing with the recent airstrikes and hospital blast? What is the current aid situation?
Well, there has been a series of Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip, actually in northern Gaza, in Sheikh Ridwan, central Gaza City, southern Gaza, middle Gaza. I mean, we cannot keep the updates all the time because of the many airstrikes that all are happening at the same time. One of the most significant happened like an hour or so ago when the Israeli planes targeted the Al-Andalus tower, which is located in northern Gaza. We are speaking about a 14 floors tower. More than 40 families were residing in this tower, and actually this tower was just rebuilt after previous Israeli attacks on this tower. And this is just one of the latest Israeli strikes. There also has been Israeli shelling on the eastern border of Gaza, Israeli naval shelling on the east coast of Gaza. The numbers of people killed and injured is going up by the hour. The humanitarian situation here in Gaza is just going from bad to worse. Whole areas are losing the internet connection, the electricity. People rarely have any access to water and food. For now, the people are waiting on Egypt basically to reopen the Rafah border and allow the tens of humanitarian aid trucks into the Gaza Strip. This is going to be a big relief to the people of Gaza, and not only the citizens, the ordinary people, but also for the hospitals also in Gaza. Here, the situation is so bad that the hospitals that they started operating on the people who were injured in the floors of the hospitals. At the same time, the hospitals has officially ran out of some of the basic medicine and basic medical equipment, and also even water. There is no more water in the water tanks of the hospitals. So this is the situation from my side for now.
Yeah, people are in dire need of food, water, medicine, and just basic supplies. Noor, thank you for talking to us. We really appreciate you telling us about the situation on the ground. It's very important to get Gaza's voices out there. Noor Harazing on the phone for us in Gaza. Let's now go live to Tel Aviv, where our Stephanie Fried is standing by there. Stephanie, thank you for joining us. So lots of diplomatic activity happening on your end. What were the conclusions of U.S. President Biden's visit, and what can we expect from UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's visit, which begins today?
Well, certainly one of the conclusions, basically in following up on what Noor's talking about in Gaza, it was a stipulation on the part of the U.S., was a humanitarian corridor that is to open today. And that humanitarian corridor is aid that would go from Egypt into Gaza. It's just a waiting game. Now it's about whether Egypt. It's waiting on Egypt. And the agreement was Israel will not strike in any of those areas. And that was a stipulation on the part of the U.S. in exchange for proposing later this week a package for Israel. The Congress, the U.S. Congress. President Biden said he would be proposing that as well. The U.S. pledged $100 million in humanitarian aid to the West Bank and to Gaza. Now, in terms of the Rishi Sunak's visit, he's here. He's met with Israel's prime minister, other officials. Already has issued some statements, and one of those is that Israel is in its darkest hour. Hamas amounts to or equals terrorists and terrorism, and the world needs to stand by Israel. And that was the statement that one of the statements that he gave while here. In terms of what we have happening now on the ground, we're getting word of firefights in the West Bank, in the Palestinian West Bank, between Israeli forces and militants or gunmen in the West Bank. Firefights, explosions. We'll get more detail on that later. As well on the northern border with Hezbollah from Lebanon. They've continued to fire precision-guided missiles on Israeli positions, on Israeli civilian areas. Those areas have been cleared out. They have been evacuated for the most part along the border with Lebanon. But there have been some strikes, and Israel retaliatory measures have been to strike back, to hit back on the positions inside of Lebanon. Again, the humanitarian aid is a sticking point as well among families here of people who are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They're furious about the fact that Israel is essentially it's not allowing, because Israel isn't bordering Gaza and Egypt, but Israel is not going to strike areas where humanitarian aid would come into Gaza, and they're furious because they have no word about their loved ones, children, elderly, people who were taken hostage, women, and are being held in Gaza, and they don't know now the numbers beyond 200, according to officials here. They don't know what has become of them. And what will be with them. There have been efforts to secure their release, but so far, that's not happening.
Yeah, the conflict is showing no signs of abating. Thank you very much for bringing us the latest. Stephanie Free-Liferez in Tel Aviv. Let's also put things into perspective and get more insight onto this. Let me bring in Mr. Makram Rabah from the Department of History at the American University of Beirut. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. So how has how has this recent hospital blast in Gaza affected the sentiments of the countries in the Arab world?
Well, the majority of the Arab street are enraged at the sight of more than 500 innocent victims who have been targeted by Israel. Unfortunately, this heinous crime has been augmented by the fact that the international community doesn't really care about the loss of civilian lives, and they are trying to play the blame game. Meaning that as soon as Biden set foot in Israel, he had adopted what the Israeli narrative was. The main problem is that this current Arab-Israeli conflict, as it was initially, cannot be solved by force and by brute power, regardless if Israel or the international community and even the Palestinians want to get rid of Hamas and its violent streak. This doesn't mean that this justifies what the Israelis are doing, especially that the Netanyahu government previously has done identically to what it's doing right now. It's by confronting any political challenge by brute force. And this does not give any credit whatsoever. On the contrary, it discredits any attempt by the international community and mainly the United States to act as a mediator.
And Biden is being told by the leaders of Jordan, Egypt, and the Palestinian Authority that they have no confidence in his ability to end the violence, which they say is in breach of international law. How can Biden balance relations here between Israel and his Arab allies?
I don't think that Biden and anyone in the West at the moment actually care what the Arabs want or what the other Arab thinks. And they aren't really talking any real moderation rhetoric. On the contrary, everything is now a call for war, and we see that the U.S. Congress has mobilized around $100 billion for Ukraine and for Israel, and this all puts the East-West so-called clash of civilizations into a new perspective. The problem is that the United States has to take lead and immediately stop this bloodshed, because even if Israel does get rid of Hamas, we are facing a new Nakba, a new displacement of over 2 million innocent Palestinians, and moving them from one prison to another doesn't really solve the issue. The main problem has to be confronted by giving the Palestinians a legitimate state and just peace for everyone, including the Israelis as well.
Unfortunately, hope is in short supplies here. Thank you very much, Mr. Makram Rabah. Liferez.
more on this, we're now joined by our correspondents Noor Harazin in Gaza and Stephanie Fried in Tel Aviv. Noor, let me start with you. The United Nations says at least 6 people have been killed and dozens injured after a UN school in central Gaza was hit by an airstrike. Can you tell us more about that and the humanitarian situation in the Strip now?
Well, the Israeli shelling on a UN school in Al-Maghazi refugee camp is not the first. Over the past days also, there was attacks on several UN schools, hospitals in southern Gaza, buildings surrounding the hospitals. So the situation here in Gaza is that basically everyone knows that there is nowhere safe in Gaza. The situation where I'm standing here in the Shuhada Al-Aqsa hospital, there is bodies on my left, there is people, the families of who were killed on my right. This has become like a morning routine for the people from Deir al-Balah and from Al-Maghazi refugee camp here in Shuhada Al-Aqsa hospital. Every morning they come to say goodbye to the relatives and to their loved ones, especially that the Israeli forces intensifies its bombing on the Gaza Strip during the night. Some of the latest Israeli strikes targeted the Az-Zahra city. Az-Zahra city, this is like a small residential city in middle Gaza. Basically, it's between central Gaza and southern Gaza. It's full of residential towers. We're talking about 10-floor, 14-floor buildings and towers. 3 of their these towers were totally destroyed. We're talking about 60 families that were displaced and hundreds of people injured. This is the situation from my side. The people of the Gaza Strip now rarely have access to water and food and bread. Every morning we see long lines on the front doors of the bakeries. However, people are hopeful because Egypt said that they will reopen the Rafah border today. However, we, even journalists and the people on the ground, would not believe anything until we see with our own eyes, because previously on the previous days there have been unconfirmed news from the Egyptian side, from the Palestinian side, from the Israeli side that maybe the Rafah border will be open to allow the medical aid into the Gaza Strip. However, today, for now, we are waiting.
Okay, thank you for the update, Noor Harazin in Gaza. And now to Stephanie. So what's the latest at your end?
Well, I'm talking about basically the flip side of what Noor is talking about in Gaza, humanitarian aid. So we understand that was one of the caveats of President Biden's visit to Israel on Wednesday, which was Israel would have to, it's not that they were allowing humanitarian aid to come through Egypt into Gaza. It's that they're saying that they won't disturb that, meaning they're not going to attack any of the areas where humanitarian aid is coming through. And that was a demand on the part of the U.S. That's what we understand, for support in order to support Israel. So that is supposed to happen, as Noor was talking about, and that is humanitarian aid that would come through Egypt. Now it's up to Egypt to get that humanitarian aid through to Gaza, because Israel says they won't strike in any of those areas where it's coming through. As well, during President Biden's visit, he pledged $100 million to the West Bank and to Gaza in humanitarian aid. On the flip side of that, he said he's also going to go back and suggest or ask for an unprecedented package for Israel, support package from Congress. In terms of the humanitarian aid, what it's driving here is a lot of angst, a lot of anger among families in Israel of people who are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza, people who were taken from various nationalities, not only Israelis, but 200, nearly 200, 199 according to the official figures here. And the families of those hostages are furious about Israel and the aid agreement because they say they know nothing about the women, the children, the babies, the elderly who were taken hostage and are now in Gaza somewhere. So a lot of anger on this side about that, about the humanitarian agreement. In terms of the actual fighting, listening to the commander of one Air Force commander here, he's saying that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of sorties that go on throughout the day, all night, pounding Gaza. Israel says that they've taken out yet another commander. That's their aim, is to take out the infrastructure, the command, and also the political wing of Hamas in Gaza. So they say overnight at least one other commander has been killed. And now we're on the precipice of a ground invasion, waiting to see when Israel will go in by ground. There's no doubt really that Israel is going to conduct a ground invasion, which is why they told people of Gaza, go south, because their focus is going to be the northern Gaza Strip, the central Gaza Strip. At the same time, there is a front that's happening in the north with Hezbollah in Lebanon. The understanding from Israel, from the U.S., is there's a desire not to engage, not to open up that front, but a number of precision anti-tank missiles fired from Lebanon onto Israeli positions on Wednesday. Israel's been responding with strikes, also rockets being fired in the north from Hezbollah positions onto Israel. Israel will continue responding to that. There is a number of there's a tremendous number of reservists there are in the north. So those are the different factors that are coming into play now on Thursday, again, as we continue to wait and see when the ground incursion will open up.
Okay, thank you so much for the update. Stephanie Freed reporting from Tel Aviv. And for more perspectives now, we talk to Yasser Hakim in Al Arish city near the Rafah border with Gaza. Yasser, the U.S. says Egypt has agreed to reopen its border crossing with the Gaza Strip to allow aid to reach the Palestinians. Tell us more.
Egypt says that it has already opened the gate like 3-4 days ago. It wasn't closed. It was the problem from Israel. Israel has been bombarding the gate every day in the last 4 days and damaging the whole border crossing from the Palestinian side, which prevented the convoys from going through to Gaza. And Egypt has accused Israel of the one that has been delaying any opening of the border. And as you've seen on the footage I took in the last few days, all the convoys have been settled for 3 days now in front of the borders. 120 trucks, more coming in from the airport in Arish city or the others close by. And the volunteers waiting, the medical teams waiting and sleeping for 3 days over there, just waiting for Israel to allow the border to be open from the other side by not bombarding. And we've witnessed that ourselves, the CGTN at Rafah border, the bombing of the border by Israeli air forces. And now after the agreement that was announced last night, Egypt says that it has begun work on fixing all the damage that was created by the Israeli shelling of the border. And once this would be finished, then the border will be open immediately. It could be open late today or tomorrow, as US President Biden has said that it could be open tomorrow, Friday, so that it will be ready for the convoys coming in. And whether this humanitarian aid, as the Egyptian government said, and most of the world leaders that have attended meetings here in the Middle East in the last few days, is that there's a difference between Hamas and the Palestinian civilians. The Palestinians Hamas does not represent the Palestinians, and that's what the German Chancellor said and the US President said, and therefore they are supposed to receive the aid as soon as possible. And that's why the agreement yesterday with the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who said that he agrees to stop bombardment and to allow the convoys to go in Gaza from Egypt. So today we'll be waiting to see if the development work in the crossing will be ready for the convoys to cross through, or will it be tomorrow? Most probably could be by Friday. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for the update. Yasser Hakim reporting from El Arish city in Egypt near Gaza.
For more insight into the situation, let's cross live to Associate Professor Wang Jing in Xi'an. Now, Professor, Israel's military said it's preparing for a wide range of ground operations, and we've been hearing this for almost 2 weeks now. Now, with the U.S. President Joe Biden has visited Israel, will this military scenario actually happen?
I think it will finally happen, but it might be delayed for a longer time, because on the one hand, as we have already witnessed from the different visits of foreign leaders into Israel, international pressure has already been given to Israeli decision makers that claiming or ask Israeli leaders to delay the possible military ground forces attacks against Gaza. Because they hope to give more time for the governing to the civilians in Gaza to establish the so-called humanitarian corridor and to receive the international humanitarian assistance to help the local people there. So I think this kind of pressure from international society might work to help delay the possible grounded forces attack from Israeli armies to Gaza Strip. And on the other hand, I think it's also for the Israeli forces, they also need time to prepare, more time to prepare, because we know that after 2005, Israeli has already totally withdrawn from Gaza. Both the Jewish settlements there, as well as the Israeli military presence there, they both withdraw from Gaza. So actually, they lack the very timely knowledge and the timely intelligence over what is happening inside Gaza and where the military posts, and where the military concentration there. So I think they need more time to find out the latest intelligence. That will also take time. But finally, I think this ground forces will erupt from Israeli side, because their military forces has already been deployed, the reserve army has already been called, and it's just a matter of time.
So do you think time is really on the Israeli side? And this still brings us to the key question of where and how. Now, Israel's foreign minister says when they're finished, Gaza's territory will shrink. But do you think this military scenario will actually happen in Gaza, whether it's in the northern part or the south or somewhere else?
I think Israelis, with the time goes by, I think international society try to find out new solutions to, on the one hand, pacify the tension between Israeli and the Palestinian, and on the other hand, to help the people, especially the civilians inside Gaza. So I think with the time goes by, maybe Israeli anger will withdraw, and also the maybe possible ceasefire solution, a possible ceasefire truce might be reached under the mediation of the international society, and we hope that. But on the other hand, as given the sentiments and given the rhetorics inside Israel, I think Israel hopes to establish some kind of the buffer zone inside Gaza, especially in the northern Gaza, because after this round of the latest attack from Hamas in Gaza against Israel, I think it's really there were a lot of Israeli discussions about whether Israel should establish kind of the buffer zone inside Gaza, especially in the northern Gaza, to prevent the next round of attacks from the Gaza militias against Israel own territory. But even this kind of the buffer zone established, let's look at the examples that happened inside southern Lebanon and other parts of the other Middle Eastern states that also lead to another maybe endless rounds of the conflicts against this buffer zone. This will become the new battleground and the new frontier between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. So I don't think this will end the crisis and this disaster for the Gaza civilians. We hope that peace will come in the horizon.
Well, talking about disasters for Gaza civilians, let's go to this hospital blast in Gaza. A very shocking piece of news, and Israelis are saying that it was conducted by the Islamic Jihad, but some others are also analyzing amateur footage very close to the site, saying that the explosion bears the characteristics of a thermobaric bomb, but which the Palestinian side certainly doesn't have. So we're not making a conclusion here. But how will this hospital attack change the whole mood in the Arab world?
I think it will provoke more anger. It's for more dissatisfaction and more disappointment in the Arab world against Israel as well. Meanwhile, I think this kind of this disappointment and anger will give pressure to their local government in different Arab states, because the Al-Ahli, the hospital in Gaza, was the important the hospital center for the local people, and the blast and the explosive against this hospital, no matter who launched it, even whether it was the miss target from the jihad inside Gaza, or it is the airstrike launched from the Israeli air forces. It doesn't matter. It's just this makes this hospital, that makes the Gaza civilians the kind of the cost, the kind of the price for this kind of the newly round of the crisis between the Israeli and the Palestinians. So nobody wants to see that happen, and especially nobody wants to see the similar things happen again in the future. So I think the Arab world, they hope to intervene more strongly and more timely to prevent the further escalation of the latest crisis, and also this kind of pressure from their home. A lot of ordinary Arab people, they might go to street to hope that their government to do something, to hope the international society to do something. I think this kind of pressure will be transferred into both Israelis and Palestinians, and as well as the mediators inside this region, and to help both sides to pacify the tension, to seek resolutions of the latest crisis.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Wang Jing in Xi'an.
It's been almost 2 weeks since the October 7th surprise attacks by Hamas that sparked the worst fighting in decades between Israel and Palestine. The United Nations warns that millions of people in Gaza are facing dehydration and are at risk of waterborne disease. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 3,500 of its people have been killed, including 1,300 children. Israel's death toll is more than 1,400. On Wednesday, Israel's wartime cabinet announced it could allow passage of basic humanitarian aid from Egypt into Gaza Strip. However, the passage of any humanitarian aid from Israel into the region will not be allowed until hostages are released. And a warning some viewers may find pictures in our next report disturbing. Our correspondent Noor Harazim has more from Gaza.
The latest is that the doctors said that they will not be able to treat those who are with critical injuries, not only the people who arrived from the hospital attack, but also any injury that arrives to the hospital with a critical condition. They are not able to treat it because of the shortage of the medicine and medical supplies. People who are taking shelter in different hospitals around the Gaza Strip started to flee these hospitals. They are afraid that Israel might launch airstrike on these shelters, especially that we have been witnessing Israeli airstrikes on also UN schools, residential buildings, and also mosques. Here where I'm standing in Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital, and over the past hour we have been seeing ambulances that are carrying injuries and people who were killed in Israeli airstrikes in southern Gaza, in cities like Al-Nusayrat and also Al-Maghazi. The humanitarian situation here in Gaza is deteriorating. The people have barely any access to food and water. There was several statements from Hamas and also the Islamic Jihad, and all of them, these Palestinian militant factions, said that Israel is manipulating the fact that it attacked the Al-Ahli hospital in a way after they saw the international condemn over this attack.
We turn to the Middle East. The Israeli military continued to hammer Gaza with airstrikes on Monday, while Hamas launched rocket attacks on Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. You're now watching live footage from Gaza. Again, this is live from Gaza. It's a city right into dawn, early dawn. And remember, this is also a city, a region under total siege and is being completely cut off from daily necessities like food, water and electricity due to a decision from Israel. Now, following Hamas's surprise attack on southern Israel on October the 7th, the Gaza Strip has been pounded by Israeli shelling into this very moment. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 2,700 Palestinians have been killed. The Israeli Health Ministry says the death toll on the Israeli side has risen to over 1,400. Palestinian civilians have been fleeing northern Gaza for the south as Israel continued mobilizing troops on Monday for a possible ground assault. Hospitals in Gaza are facing a catastrophe due to the shortage of medical supplies, along with hundreds of injured people arriving every day. Now, they're also serving as shelter for Gaza residents in dire need of basic necessities. Noor Harazin reports from Gaza.
People take turns surrounding this water tank, trying to fill it up as much as they can before the hospital's tank runs out of water. Jum'a Abu Gainas is one of them. He brought dozens of empty bottles to fill them from the water tanks at the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. On Friday, Abu Gainas fled his home in Gaza City for southern Gaza, seeking shelter at his cousin's home. Since then, every day he takes a 20-minute walk to this hospital to bring back some water for his family.
There is no electricity, no water, there is no medicine. The situation here is catastrophic. We call upon the whole world to consider our situation. I walked a long way to come here to fill the water so my family can drink.
Last week, Israel ordered a complete siege on Gaza, stopping electricity, fuel, water and food supplies from entering the coastal enclave. This decision left 2.3 million Palestinians in dire need for almost everything they need to survive. Abu Ubaid and his family of 10 fled their home in Jabalia refugee camp after the heavy Israeli shelling destroyed their house. They've taken refuge at the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital.
Here in the hospital, it's safer than our homes in the streets, but still there are bombings around the hospitals. Actually, there is no place safe.
Around 400,000 Palestinians in Gaza fled their homes after the Israeli military ordered an evacuation from northern Gaza. The humanitarian crisis in the Strip is adding to their suffering. Noor Harazin, CGTN, Gaza.
And now let's go to our reporter George Yassin, who's in Tel Aviv. Yassin, so ground troops are standing ready to invade Gaza, but we are hearing reports that there could be weeks of preparation. What are you getting on that front?
Earlier, we believe that 24-hour order by the Israeli side urging Palestinians to evacuate southwards could just make this offensive happen at any time soon. But of course, as Noor mentioned, the humanitarian catastrophe within the enclave could not make this happen at any time soon. So, the Israeli forces now are amassing these tanks in large groups at the border. But now, this is not happening just because not the Israeli forces said because of the weather, because they delayed before. But now I think has drawn a really international pressure on the Israeli side. But of course, in his latest remarks by U.S. President Joe Biden, he said, I quote, Israel has to enter this Gaza region to rule out or taking out extremists which is the necessary requirement. So as Biden is coming or expected tomorrow and Wednesday here, we'll see if this could be happening. Of course, the experts would not say or would not agree that Israel will just down offensive during Biden's trip. But at the same time, we have to understand the humanitarian catastrophe is playing a significant role in these issues because not just the UN humanitarian assistance cannot allow in, but also foreigners and also refugees coming from the north, which is not allowed to, pass through the Rafah opening crossing at the Egypt side. At the same time, I think that Israel is not dealing with only the criticism over the war crime, but also the risk of war from multiple fronts. So now we have seen the ongoing exchange of fires between the two sides, which has forced Israel to evacuate 28 communities at the neighboring border. Let alone the Jewish crisis at the Western Bank or some other forces in the region, including Iran, who could be triggered by the invasion. So we will see in the following days.
And Justin, what can you tell us about Joe Biden's trip? What's his goal here?
Well, U.S. President Joe Biden is upcoming visit is at the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's invitation a week ago. The White House stated that Biden's trip is demonstrating the steadfast support of Israel in face of the Hamas surprise attack on October 7th, and also consult on the next steps, which will of course include Israel's next step on this crisis, which is the ground incursion into the north part of the Gaza, and of course about the humanitarian catastrophe issues. Now we are seeing that the Biden's visit come after Blinken's shuttle in the Middle East countries, and also now Blinken is in the capital city here in Tel Aviv. We are seeing that the U.S. administration is trying to facilitate the humanitarian corridors, with multilateralism by reaching a deal between Egypt, Israel, and the United States, which I see, or some experts would argue that this could legitimize the war for the region. And at the same time, the White House also said that Biden, during his trip, will reiterate that the Hamas is not representing, or is not representing Palestinian people's right to dignity and also their own self-determination. So we are saying this is essentially confidential between the Hamas and Palestinian people, and this would be very important for the Israel and U.S. alliances in terms of the Middle East affairs.
Thank you so much for the update, Josiasin in Tel Aviv. We're joined now by our correspondent Noor Harazin, who's in Gaza. Noor, so what have you experienced since you last spoke to us?
Well, we actually took a walk around the neighborhood where we are staying, me and my colleagues, searching for water. And unfortunately, there is no water in the markets, there is no water in the tanks of the hospitals or the schools or the mosques. So we head to another area here in Deir el-Balah in southern Gaza until we found actually water, and it's with a very expensive price. So we are not exaggerating. We're saying that the Gaza Strip is facing one of its worst humanitarian crises. Here also the people are suffering the lack of flour, milk, bread, even the necessities of food. So the situation is going from bad to worse. However, the people were relieved yesterday's morning and also this morning after the news of Egypt reopening the Rafah border. However, nothing has yet happened on the ground, but the people are hopeful that a new humanitarian truce could take a place in the very close future.
And Israel's continuing to bombard the territory. What have you seen and heard?
Well, yes, just a few minutes ago we heard the voices of explosions here in southern Gaza, and over the night and during the day we have been reporting several Israeli strikes on southern Gaza, central Gaza City, and also northern Gaza. We also are standing in the gate, on the gate of Al-Aqsa Hospital, and we've seen ambulances come with injuries, several injuries, and also several people killed. However, people do believe that after Hamas released some news and some information about the captives and the prisoners, the Israeli prisoners, it might ease the things up here. Abu Ubaidah, who is the spokesperson of Al-Qassam Brigade, which is the militant wing for Hamas, said in a televised statement last night that they have from 200 to 250 prisoners. 22 of them were killed, and a number of them are foreigners that they will be releasing as soon as possible. So people are hoping that this information released from Hamas will somehow bring a close truce to the Gaza Strip.
Noor, we appreciate it so much. Please do take care. Thank you so much, Noor Harazin in Gaza. Our correspondent Yasser Hakim paid a visit to the Rafah crossing and has this report for us.
I'm here at the Rafah border crossing. As you can see, there are tens of trucks in front of the border. We asked and we were told there were 102 trucks, and outside around more than 100 trucks carrying over 1,000 tons of aid to the Palestinians. As I walk now, you'll see there's a whole row of trucks. Those have been here since early on Tuesday morning and waiting for the green light. It's all a stalemate. You would see the volunteers all sitting there for hours and hours, actually over 24 hours, because there was news that the border will be opened a day before, and it has been refuted by Israel that said that it did not approve the opening of the border, and talks have always been going on between leaders of different countries to try to reach an agreement to open the borders here. It's very quiet, like I said. There's nothing happening except just waiting, people waiting for hours and hours, hoping they would finally hear the good news that it's time to move and go inside Gaza to deliver the food, the aid, and also medical teams are here with ambulances that we've seen an ambulance just pass by, where they're ready also for any casualties coming in from the Gaza Strip. It's Yasser Hakim from CGTN at Rafah border crossing, Egypt.
The Rafah border crossing from Gaza to Egypt remains closed. It's the sole route for aid to enter Gaza directly from outside Israel, and the only exit that does not lead to Israeli territory. As the conflict intensifies, Rafah has become a focus. Yasser Hakim reports from Al Arish on the latest there.
The situation on the borders has been quieter during the night than during the day. During the day, there has been air raids close to the border. Actually, it hit the Palestinian side of the border, which over a few hundred meters from the Egyptian side, we felt it, and we saw the smoke and heard the bombings on the other side, which resulted in the killing of Palestinians on the other side of the border. On the Egyptian side, the convoys, over 110 convoys carrying aid, all types of aid, medical equipment, medicine, food, water, fuel, tents, clothes for the winter, and there's this anticipation when will the border will be open. The convoys moved from Al Arish, where I am now, to the Rafah border early in the morning on the news or hopes that the border will be open, but they stayed until late at night, nothing at all. And obviously the Palestinians have to wait more days for the aid that they badly need, with the shortage of everything from medicine, from water, food, water, contaminated water, food shortages, The situation is getting worse every day, and Egypt is working hard with international mediators to try to push Israel to open the border. Egypt has announced that the border is open from its side for the last few days, but the bombings by Israel and Israel not giving the permission or allowing the delivery of the food and aid to the Palestinians has prevented the convoys from going in fear of being attacked by air raids as well. So the situation is still unclear when it will happen, when will the border be open, but more important right now is also deliver aid to the Palestinians in order to be able to survive, because every day means more loss of lives for the Palestinians. Yasser Hakim for CGTN, Al Arish, Egypt. I'm here at the Rafah border crossing. As you can see, there are tens of trucks in front of the border. We asked and we were told there were 102 trucks, and outside around more than 100 trucks carrying over 1,000 tons of aid to the Palestinians. And we can see also some work taking place here. The border was damaged by Israeli shelling from the other side, and you can see now also there's work, construction work being done just in case there's an influx of refugees from the other side of the border. It's very quiet, like I said. There's nothing happening except just waiting, people waiting for hours and hours, hoping they would finally hear the good news that it's time to move and go inside Gaza to deliver the food, the aid, and also medical teams are here with ambulances that we've seen an ambulance just pass by, where they're ready also for any casualties coming in from the Gaza.
The UN says at least 6 people have been killed when one of its schools in central Gaza Strip was hit in Israeli airstrikes. Dozens are wounded and most of them are children. A reminder to our viewers, some may find following footage disturbing. The school has served as a shelter for some 4,000 displaced people since the latest hostilities began. Wounded have been sent to a local hospital, which is already overwhelmed. Some patients are treated in the courtyard. An estimated 1 million people have been displaced across Gaza Strip so far. That's nearly half of its estimated 2.3 million population. The death toll in Gaza has risen to more than 2,700.
A third of the casualties and martyrs that we receive are children. We have more than 60 children in the hospital who are displaced. There are bombings and targets around the hospital area that bring despair into the hearts of these children.
The doctors took us outside to the courtyard of the hospital because there was no empty beds inside to accommodate this large number of injured people. And here we are, as you see, outside.
A catastrophic blast at a hospital in Gaza City is estimated to have killed hundreds of people on Tuesday. As we just reported, the Al Akli hospital was sheltering evacuees when it was hit. The explosion happened ahead of US President Joe Biden's planned trip to Israel to show solidarity with the government there. John Gambriel with the Associated Press has more details from Jerusalem.
Saw this explosion strike a hospital in Gaza City. Hundreds are dead. There's conflicting information about what caused this explosion. Now, Hamas, which runs the Gaza Strip and which Israel is at war with right now, has blamed this explosion on an airstrike. Israel, for its part, says that a misfired rocket that came from Gaza hit the hospital, causing the explosion. But what we know for absolute certain is that hundreds are dead. Footage after the attack just showed a tableau of horror, bodies strewn everywhere, paramedics trying to just step between them to find those still alive, to try to render aid to keep them alive. Now, all this comes as part of this punishing airstrike campaign that Israel has been launching since this Hamas attack about a week ago that saw Hamas kill some 1,000 400 Israelis and take another 200 as hostages. Meanwhile, this Israeli airstrike campaign has continued. We saw an airstrike that killed a top Hamas leader and also hit the home of the top Hamas leader. Meanwhile, we're still expecting President Joe Biden to come into the region, but Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas says he will not be taking part in a planned visit that Biden meant to take to Jordan afterwards to meet with him. Across the region, we're hearing loud condemnation from most Arab nations, and we're seeing protests tonight in the West Bank as well as in Amman and other places over this explosion at the hospital. All of this could lead to a wider regional war that could break out. We've seen Hezbollah to the north in Lebanon exchange fire with Israel over the last couple of days. Today, some 5 Hezbollah fighters were declared dead by that militant group. Now, Israel still thinks that Hezbollah is the most deadly terror group that it faces because it has so many rockets. It has hundreds of thousands of rockets and missiles that they can use to target Israel. And you have to keep in mind that Israel's Iron Dome defense system, which has about a 90% success rate, can shoot down some of these missiles, but if it's a large barrage, some of them could get through and hit targets in Israel. That's why we've seen America move so fast to provide support to Israel. We've seen 1 aircraft carrier in the Eastern Mediterranean, another's on its way. There's also some 2,000 troops that have been warned that they could be called up to provide some combat support, but not actually fight on the ground here. All this together and this hospital explosion tonight shows that the risk of a regional escalation is very real. I'm John Gambrell for the Associated Press for CGTN in Jerusalem.
Gaza's health ministry spokesperson said an Israeli airstrike killed 500 people at a hospital in the region. Israel claims it was a Palestinian barrage that had caused a deadly blast. The death toll in a hospital blast was by far the highest of any single incident in Gaza in this round of violence and has triggered protests around the world. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the attack in remarks at the Belt and Road Forum in Beijing. He said he had appealed to Israel to allow immediate access to humanitarian aid for Gaza and had appealed to Hamas for the unconditional release of hostages. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, quote, terrorists in Gaza had attacked the hospital, not Israel's military. Since the conflict began, at least 3,000 have been killed in Gaza and about 1,300 were killed in Israel. On the Israeli side, in one town, residents are grieving the death of a family of 5. Huang Yue has more.
Marina and her husband Nadav drive more than 2 hours from their home in the Golan Heights to the central Israeli town of Gan Yavne. They are here to attend the funeral of their cousin and her husband and 3 children who were 19, 16, and 14. Marina says they tried to contact their cousin soon after the attack, but they didn't get any reply.
We felt that something bad might have happened to them, but we couldn't confirm. 3 days later, we were told that 5 people in our cousin's family were killed. They had hidden in a shelter, but Hamas still found them and killed them.
The family lived in Kfar Azab, a Jewish community about 3 kilometers from the Gaza Strip, which was one of the first areas Hamas attacked. Marina says traditionally in Israel, the deceased are buried near their home, and a funeral usually takes place within a day. But since their home was destroyed and people have been busy resettling in other parts of the country, it has taken days to organize a ceremony. hundreds of relatives, friends, colleagues, and classmates came to grieve.
He thought maybe the father was injured and the others were kidnapped. I mean, you realize this is our best scenario, for them to be kidnapped. How ironic. And just hours later, and hours went by more and more. As time went by, we realized that it goes to this direction of actually the entire family being slaughtered.
Marina says their cousin's husband used to organize a weekly event flying kites for peace in the region.
So he was organizing like a kite event in order to show that we, the Jewish population and the people in Gaza, we come for peace. This is the main purpose. And kite like this. And last Saturday was exactly this kind of an event, which didn't take place because they were murdered.
Can you imagine that you live in your home with your 3 children, and someone comes into your house and kills the entire family, 3 children, 2 parents, for nothing? That is what people around the world, that is what they don't understand. These people that were killed, they were peace activists. They wanted to have peace with Arab people. All the activities that they have done is in order to promote peace. And the response from the other side was to come into their house and butcher them.
Funerals like this are happening every day or even every hour recently in Israel. According to IDF, over 500,000 people in Israel have been evacuated, while on the other hand, in Gaza, more than 1 million civilians have fled their homes. Over 4,000 people from both sides have been killed so far. When will we see the peace? And when will we stop losing our loved ones in war? They keep asking, but no answer can be found. Huang Yue, CGTN, in the city of Gan Yavne, Israel.
geçtik. Bir açıklama yapmıştı ve bu hastane kurulmuştu. Şimdi bu yeni bilgi 24 hastanenin acilen boşaltılmasını istiyor. İsrail'den gelen açıklama bu yönde. Önümüzdeki günlerde veya saatlerde yine hastaneler, sağlık merkezleri hedef alınabilir. Bölgede zaten bombardıman durmadı. Bir yandan içeride yine bir meslektaşımız hayatını kaybetti ve 14 gazeteci hayatını kaybetti. Gazze'nin güneyindeki Rafah'ta İsrail uçaklarının düzenlediği hava saldırısında El Aksa kanalının foto muhabiri Halil Ebu Azra hayatını kaybetti. 20'den fazla yaralı var 7 Ekim'den bu yana. 14 gazeteci hayatını kaybetti. Bölgede can kaybı 4000'e yaklaştı ki resmi olmayan rakamlara göre 5000'i de aştı. Çünkü enkaz altında hala kalanların olduğunu söylüyor yetkililer. Bölgede yani hala acının ve bölgedeki Gazze'nin içindeki silahdan yoksunluğun söyleyelim. Zannediyorum 1-2 dakika önce bizim de sürekli kullandığımız bir program var. Füzeler ateşlendiği zaman telefonumuza bir uygulamadan biz de bu füzeleri takip ediyoruz. Alarm verdi ve bir Hamas güçlerinin bu tarafa doğru zannediyorum Aşkeron'a doğru bir füze saldırısı var. Şu an biz Siderot'tayız ama telefonlarımızdan gelen alarm neticesinde bu bilgiyi veriyorum. Yani karşılıklı aslında bu saldırılar devam ediyor. Sabahtan bu yana tanklar üstelik atışları zaten sürüyor. Bir yandan hemen çekileceğim şimdi. Ali Kahraman kaç. Arkadaşlar hiç bakmıyorsunuz ya. Ne oldu? Nereye düştü?
Sakin olduğunu söyledim ama o sırada arda arda füzeler
Evet. Şu anda arkadaşlarımızda bir şey var mı? Ya bulunduğumuz tamam. Evet bizim olduğumuz bölgede.
13 gündür Gazze bombardıman altında, 13 gündür saldırılar gerçekleşiyor. Zaten burası Siderot noktası, saldırıların merkezi diyebiliriz size. Buradan Gazze'ye yönelik saldırılar yapılıyor. Obüs atışları yapılıyor, F-16 uçaklarını görüyoruz. İnsansız hava uçakları yine aynı şekilde havada gözlem yapıyor, keşif uçuşları yapıyor. Oradan alınan görsellerle obüs atışları, top atışları gerçekleşiyor. 2014 yılında da bulunduğumuz noktadan, Siderot'tan Gazze'ye girmişti İsrail ordusu. Ve yine bir kara saldırısı olması halinde Siderot'tan girmesi bekleniyor. Yani tam da bulunduğumuz bu noktadan kara saldırısının bu bölgeden başlanacağı düşünülüyor. Günlerdir Gazze saldırı altında. Dün akşam saldırılar olmuştu, biliyorsunuz ki hastaneye, Tel Hava Mahallesi yoğun bombardımana maruz kalmıştı. Keza yine camiler, mülteci kampların olduğu noktalar, mahalleler bombardıman altındaydı. Bir önceki yayınımızda yine yoğun bir şekilde saldırı olmuştu ki o saldırının sonucundaysa bizler Gazze'den bir fırının, ekmek sağlayan bir fırının ve çevresinin bombalandığı haberini ulaştık.
Seinen Geist aufgegeben. Aber wenn du auf dem Strom hast? Das funktioniert, ja. Und ich habe halt noch einen externen Akku. Aber der interne ist halt über. Und der zeigt jetzt die ganze Zeit 0%, aber dann so eine I'm not sure. ja. 5%. Ja, geht's los. What does it say?
Authorities See, this one is the one that they don't like. They do it digital,